Hello ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:01 on December 29 and here we are, and here are the players playing the 11th round of the world title matches. The first one, visible to the left, Jan Groenendijk versus Yuri ANIKEEV, so pretender versus the defender for the title, Ukrainian Yuri ANIKEEV. And to the right there is TKACHENKO missing, playing white pieces in this game against Victoria MOTRICHKO playing dark pieces. So Victoria is the current world champion and Daria is trying to fight for her 5th title in her professional drafts career. We are just steps away from the tiebreaks, because if that game between men will end in a draw, and it's quite likely to finish that way, then for sure tomorrow after the round, after the last 12 classical game, we'll see the tiebreak. Let me know on the chat where are you watching from, as usually, how are you doing on this Sunday day. So according to the fact I did not invite anyone to co-comment this round with me, I decided to spend these 2 more hours on resting. It is quite important to have some time to charge your batteries during such a long streaming event. We can slowly come to some conclusions about the match format, about how, in our opinion as the viewers and mine as the commentator, but you know, also from the point of view of players, how we would like this match to, those formats of the matches look like in the future. So it's slowly the time of conclusions, and to make some summary you can start telling that on the chat. You are most welcome to do it, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that sound and everything works fine. If you want confirm on the chat, let me know. Hello Martyna, hello all best regards from Olsztyn. Oh, so you are in Warmia. Hello Federation Damkor, so of course, and hello to do. Yeah, some delay today, those 2 hours just spent on waiting and resting, of course. What is going on in the games? Hello everybody at infinitum on YouTube. I'll just turn on the Twitch commentary if someone is commenting there. Just give me a second. Okay, everything works fine. Ladies and gentlemen, so let's start to check how it is going and how it was going in the game between Yuri ANIKEEV, actually Jan Groenendijk and Yuri ANIKEEV. So once again, after some tries from Jan Groenendijk to play 34-29, 33-29, we see once again the most standard opening around drafts games, which is Rafael's one, 32-28, and then you have exchange 17-22. By the way, you know how many different names, some openings, some combinations have thanks to the French players, like this Rafael's opening, also of course Philippe Coupe, etc. Because drafts, international drafts, were most popular in France in the beginning of the 20th century, and that time French players invented so many things and everything was named just after them. Łukasz Zieliński, hey, hi, hello, Bunio, 32, I just mentioned your name and wanted to switch to Polish, 32-28, and then we have the standard variant that we've seen so many times in this match, 17-22, exchange to 21, so no one have even once tried to take to 22, so again 21. And the opening, the answer from Jan is 34-30, so this is something what we've seen already. Previously, one time Jan answered 34-29, if I recall it well, and 2 times, that is the second time probably, with the move 34-30. After this opening, this exchange, I really like it, and always the next move is 7-12, no matter what your opponent plays. And here we have going to 26, so this is also the thing we've seen quite quickly recently in these matches, that Yuri ANIKEEV but also Victoria MOTRICHKO are quite quickly going with this piece to the edge, to the 26 corner. Not something really common for the, I would say, immediate players, intermediate players. We just don't want everyone to put this piece immediately on the corner, just rather wait with it. But here, I don't know why, and that's perhaps the part of the strategy from Yuri and Victoria to control this corner quite quickly. And we are slowly getting to the position we've seen recently. Maybe some small plan change from Jan Groenendijk, and after I saw this move I said, okay, maybe somehow we'll have some opportunity of having some Rosenborg attack maybe, but yeah, it would be just perhaps too aggressive, and it could be quite difficult to get such position according to the fact that all the pieces of black are standing on the left wing. And after this move 17-21, that's an invitation to make all the exchanges from Yuri ANIKEEV. So I think that once again it's Yuri ANIKEEV who wants to simplify this position quite aggressively, could be played 20-25, and after that maybe exchanges 37-31, but also such moves are possible to keep the tension in the position, to give us a very interesting game. But honestly, if I commented that live after this move 17-21, I would be a bit disappointed. Of course, there is one point of view which is our expectation, but also another point of view that is the attitude of the players and the fact that they are just after 10 games. They are so close to the decisive tiebreaks, and perhaps they don't want to title slip away from them in just very ending of this match. So I know that it's not easy for them to continue playing sharp in just very last moments and games in this match. But this is something that comes to ask, yeah, if that format is nice, if that format is okay, because what is the point? I think that at this level, if they want to make a draw between each other, they are just capable of doing that. They know how to do it, especially such players like Yuri ANIKEEV, some extremely tough players to beat. Just can have a simple strategy to play for a draw, because one thing is deciding this title in a fair way. But I don't think that after 12 games, this title can be fairly decided after one tiebreak rapid game. Do you think so? Let me know on the chat. What do you think about that? In my opinion, playing, 12 games, let's say average time of one game will be between 3 and 4 hours, so up to 40-45 hours of playing, and then you play one rapid game that lasts, let's say, up to 40 minutes, and it is deciding the world title. I think this format where we have everyday rapid and blitz games and even less rounds is more fair than first decisive game in the rapid game system. And here it's not a good, I think, advertisement of drafts, international drafts for the viewers. Because if on the Grandmaster level, if someone wants to play a draw, just plays so many draws, then I don't know. No, I don't think so. Why not? Try to give me some arguments, Eriks. Because in my opinion, this is not the way we would like to have it. As the viewers, of the draft promoters, and also from the fair point, I think it's not so fair. If one rapid game decides everything, then they could play less classic and more rapid games. But I try to understand your understanding and your way of thinking about that. But you don't think so, what? Because now I'm lost in it. If you don't think it is fair, or if you don't think that I'm right, because I don't know now. And to be honest, those games are boring. We must say that, yeah. If we have in the very first moves of the game simplifications or variants leading for simplifications, because they know the theoretical variants are so difficult to try to find any advantage in it, and here just Yuri ANIKEEV decides to get a bit more passive position, and after that, to rescue that, he must exchange for 24. He does it in a double way, of course, to develop the left flank. We get such a position after 16 moves of the game, I think they just don't want to play. I think they just don't want to play it, and if this match was not broadcasted, I think they could just agree for a draw before starting it even. You see how simply it is going, and maybe now after this 5 to 10 there is some sharpness after going 30 to 24, because this outpost of course is quite strong after not having 4 and 2, but there is a weakness here on 35, so perhaps there is something that Jan wants to create to get some chances, but on the other hand that was the best move in the position, because 34 is not giving you any option to develop this wing. Yeah? To keep it extremely simple in this position, it was enough for Jan to play 44-39. Yeah? And if it was Yuri ANIKEEV playing white pieces, definitely such move would be played, and not this 45-40. This is actually quite a nice invitation to play it a bit more sharp, but yeah, it's not enough, I think, to change anything in this game. As still, because of this weakness, it is quite a simple play from the black pieces. Here another exchange. It was even maybe possible to play the other opposite way, but it would give some slight advantage to black pieces. So he takes back, but as you see the evaluation, everything is still on some equal point. Jan GROENENDIJK down to 14 minutes, and he must make 12 more moves, and Yuri ANIKEEV having 32 minutes. And even though it is a bit more interesting than it was before, it will be extremely tough to win it between those two players. There was a nice discussion on lead drafts. Read it and you will hear some viewpoints. Hello from Riga, by the way. Okay. Send the link to this discussion. It will not be possible for Erics, as only moderators can send the links. Damian, I talked about that yesterday, but was ignored. I'm talking about preparing a draw before the game starts, and some sponsors, I understand, led drafts because of the disrespect for the game. 69, I didn't notice. Can you tell us some conclusion about that, or how to find this discussion on lead drafts, Erics? Because this is something that I would mention. To be honest, any other tournament could be much more interesting to follow than the World Championship match like that. Yeah. And that way, we are committing a suicide, I think. Promoting drafts that way. Because there will be nothing attractive in following, you know, the matches, the games between the Grandmasters where you have only the draws played that way quite quickly, now till the last moments. Because if more games were like, I don't remember, 6-7 rounds where Yuri was close to the victory, then okay, but then they just agrees, okay, let's head to the tiebreak and not trying to ruin everything. Even though one game would be won in the end, still it doesn't change much. Many plates do that because one is players, okay. Oh, that was curious. What plates do? Many players do that because one is afraid and the other is frightened. Lol. Yeah, that's right. That's the attitude of them. So we are looking at the top drafts players in the world, but I don't see character behind it. Yeah, and of course you can be remembered in a history. You can be written in the books that you were the world champion. And I know this is maybe some extra value for Yuri ANIKEEV, yeah? He is Ukrainian. Ukraine is under the war. And being the world champion, no matter how you get to this title, is something bringing the courage, building the people, building the nation. Maybe this is something, of course this is very important. But here we are looking at the personalities, and also Yuri, let's say that he is not a loud and famous personality. He is not fighting for himself to be more recognized, and this is some part of the work that, sorry, but must be done by everyone, yeah? That could be very helpful even for the Ukraine and the spirit of the nation. And if you are just calmly waiting for other people to try to help you being more recognizable with this title, it's still not too much. Good morning to all. Paranda, Eric, many players. That was that. I must sadly say that this match is very boring for me. Despite everything, I watch every game, but that's because I've been playing checkers for many years. The formula definitely needs to be changed. Yep, Martina, I think that the formula that ladies played, you remember well the match, you were organizing it together with me. In Warsaw between Natalia and Tamara, with the formation, with the formula of rapid and blitz games every day, and after 4 rounds we've had the break, the day of break. That was quite interesting, and thanks to that we just kept finding decisive games. Hello, Samuel. So this formula from Warsaw, I think, was much better. Lovely humor. 1722 played by Yuri. So this is the point of view about the men's match, which is, of course, I'm not afraid to say that, quite disappointing for us. But women deliver, and let's check the game between Daria Tkachenko and Wiktoria MOTRICHKO. So Daria, playing white pieces, started once again playing that to the edge, and that was the opening that gave her quite a good game, and honestly the winning game. It was in the round number 5. I think the game that Daria has won was started the same way, 31-26, and the opening went quite the same. But here Wiktoria MOTRICHKO played previously 17-22, and now she plays 20-24. So at this moment it looked like she agrees for Daria to leave, to keep this corner 26, but I know that few moves later, just because of missing some space on the board in this moment, Wiktoria MOTRICHKO chooses to exchange it. 17-21 as the space to make other moves is gone, and after some 17-22 there could be again the possibility of this exchange, and probably despite of this Czyżew cannon, maybe Wiktoria would not feel too safe and comfortable, so she decided to make this simple exchange. At this moment Daria gets the close classical position, having 2 tempos less, because this is the single exchange made in this game. 21-26, we have the corner, and this is something that you must be careful about, because after this move, of course, there is a threat of 17-22, and if you play that not wisely, for example, you make this move, then this exchange is extremely powerful. And many times, of course, you are not able to make the bump shot, which is this one, because after that, no matter how you will capture, this is the lack of one piece, because black, after getting to 41, are winning one piece. You can't make it, and there is a very important idea that you must always remember, that after this move 33-28, there is a possibility to respond to this 12-17 by this move 28-22. And this is something very popular, for example, in the opening when black starts to play to the edge. I can show you something where I learned this option from. So after this opening, here, which I really like to play, you have this exchange, then you have an attack, you have defense, you have here, this option, and after this move you have this move. And once again, this is very important, yeah, because this could be really problematic, and when you play something like that, and I've done this mistake. I mentioned you the tournament in 2012 in France, in Lille. Then I won the match against Jan Groenendijk, 8-4 maybe, or 9-3, I don't remember. Probably 8-4, but after that I lost the game in the classic game against Ivan Trofimov, because I totally forgot about how to release my position. I played something like that, and I made something like, you know, this exchange, and I got such a critical, such a passive position. And after that, okay, you think it will be good, but it's very, very tough to play it with white pieces, and I lost this game. And it brings me to this moment where you must remember about this possibility, just like there. Maybe to fulfill that, after 12-17, the right move to play in this opening is here and here. And if your opponent takes back, you sacrifice another piece, and it's an option to win one piece, yeah? But if your opponent plays right, then after this move, you take here and you have a normal game to play. Then I remember Karol Dudkiewicz wanted to use it against me during the Polish Championship 2014, but I already knew how to play it, and I managed to win this game with white pieces. So here Daria played, of course, the right idea, 28-22 and 27-21. Of course, you can't take backwards, or maybe you can. Here you don't lose the piece, but you don't want the position like that, yeah? Because the piece is to take back, but yeah, who likes such position to play with black pieces from the opening? I don't think there is anyone to be found. So it went like here, taking from 16, and we got to this position, and of course at this moment it might be quite difficult for Victoria. It could be in the next moves to develop this Czyżow's cannon, so you can use it right now by exchanging and also serving some additional tempos to white, despite the fact we are slowly getting probably to the close classical position again. And if you want to have the classical position, of course you start with not 33-28 many times, because then you don't control this very important point like 27, and in case of such moves you just don't have the possibility of making this move, and that could be very problematic. So to have the comfort of play, you start with 32-27. You can just move your pieces to the 32 and then go for the classical locked position, and this is something that was played in this in this game. Before that there was an exchange to avoid perhaps other exchanges from the dark side, and here we have the classic position, ladies and gentlemen. I misclicked somehow. Okay, here we were. This exchange, I forgot to calculate the tempos, so we must check it in some time, and here we have 6-11 move from Victoria, so she decides not to play with the Olympic formation anymore. So what is now quite important, white pieces are controlling this corner 25 and also now this 26, and after this 2-8 move, I wonder if it would be possible for us to see 36-31, because sometimes you try to play that, not to allow your opponent to play here, because you have this attack, but here it would be quite simple to retake the piece. You have two options. First one is here, and for example to take here, and another one is by playing 15-20, and you have this additional 2 sacrifice and you take 3 pieces. And position is even better for black perhaps, but yeah, that would be just too crazy. You must keep in mind that idea of this move, not to allow your opponent to go for the corner, but of course to have the position like that, to use it, it is usually quite difficult and risky, because you have some exits like that and you can just leave yourself with a hanging piece. So keep that in mind. But after 31-26, Victoria exits to 29 for 29, quite an interesting move, but even suggested one by the scan. Why this move is very important? Because it gives you the counterplay against those two pieces. Why? Just using this plan. 24 to 29 and 2 to 7, and this 18-22 threat is starting to work. If you would wait, then it could be problematic, because after that and after retaking the piece with that possibility, just take a look how passive position of white pieces is. And black even can go further with this exchange and to have an advantage 0-5, 0-6. I think everyone would like to have this variation, also because those pieces are limited with 15-20 soon. So after this, it is necessary for Daria to exchange it. Was it possible to exchange it back? Perhaps not, because you have this plan again. You go and force the attack again, yeah? So you must react with it. The good move would be here, because the attack is not possible, because after the sacrifice you make the combination, for example this way. Go to the king, but once your opponent will try to prevent it, there is also very interesting variant after this sacrifice, and going here, yeah, because after that you have just the sticky move. This is why classical positions are very interesting. We talked about that with Natalia yesterday, and many times we hear the things like, oh, classic position is quite boring. It is not. If you are playing that in some, differences, if one position differences from another one, then usually it is very interesting. And after this exchange, 15-20 was played. Was worth to mention, of course, the time, because now Victoria MOTRICHKO at this moment that did have 9 minutes for making 11 more moves till the time control. And reminding you, in women's match, the next victory of one decides the match, and we have the result then. So ladies have a reason to play for. And here after 3-8, finally we see the option that I mentioned, yeah, after the 24-29 is no longer possible, and after also this 50-20 and this 3-4-3 exchange is no longer possible. So now it works like you want sometimes to play with that piece, even though the corner can be controlled by your opponent, but if you exchange, you make an attack, you force your opponent to get additional tempos, because this is exchange forward, and you also that way remove your weak piece 36. And I would rather to play that with white pieces, and that's a quite nice plan from Daria, sorry. And what is more, Daria that way is building complicated position to force her opponent to lose time on thinking, and we know already that in some games that brought her quite a chances to win the game. So that was played. Finally this exchange, first exchange, this another forced exchange, and now okay, an engine shows that it is the equal position, but this hanging piece 9 is very tough one to judge in this position, and Daria plays 28-22, so she spent like 2 minutes only on this move. Quite not intuitional one. After this one and this we would face probably something like that, and in this position exchange like that, so it's like close one to very popular classic position, but yeah, here 2 tempos less are having the black pieces. So that could be the problem for Daria if she calculated that variation. Of course it can phase with that and that, and here we have something like Valdubi idea, because even after making this move, black pieces must take 3 pieces, and that way you sacrifice 3 pieces, and this is very similar position to the Valdubi position. So this is extremely important how every player is prepared to play classical games, because it requires knowing such ideas, like for example sacrifice of 3 pieces, and here it happens. Sacrificing 3 pieces, despite that you are still drawing the game. But that was not the variant played in this game. After 28-22, 8-12 happened. Yeah, of course, the idea of that, it's like a guesstem exit. You save yourself some additional tempos in the closed classic position, and after such moves, of course, you bring also more tension to the position, and if someone goes to the corner, you go even further that way, forcing your opponent to make this exchange back, and you get some space here for other moves that way. But that was not the variation played here, as after 8-12 this 22-17 played, it led us to the same position, 38-33, quite quickly played by Daria, because there is nothing to think about. She played that after just 15 seconds, and 2-7. That is the move number 44. That is the move number 44. So we are just around the time control in women's game, and the evaluation of this position is absolutely equal. So now we have some time to update on comments, ladies and gentlemen. Even more mistakes from the women games, they really have more interest for viewers and also for chances. Yes, Parant, I agree. I watched just because I'm committed and don't want to leave Damian alone. Oh, you think I will be alone? Don't. I thank you very much for your commitment, but I hope if no one was there, then I would not stream on the other hand. So yeah, it is important to have viewers, and thank you for being here with me. Also, Damian comments are valuable. I'm not sure I could comment and give super tips even for 1700 plus rated players or lead drafts. Damian does not need this match to teach people like me. I don't need it, of course, and I will try to do that I promised you already. There will be more streams here on checkersTV and also in my domestic Polish language on warcabyTV. I will make more streams because I just have the possibilities right now and willings for that. Thank you very much, by the way, Erix, for such comments. If today round is boring, then imagine tomorrow one between ANIKEEV and GROENENDIJK. I think they will agree for a draw after 15 minutes or so. This is quite possible to do, to be honest, yeah, because if they play a draw today, it means that for sure we'll have the tiebreaks tomorrow. And if we have tiebreaks tomorrow, then the round starts at 9:30. Keep that in mind, half an hour earlier. And the tiebreaks will be played at 3 p.m. as I recall. As I remember. And yeah, just to save the strengths for other game, perhaps they can play a quick draw, absolutely. Men play the same opening 30-28, 17-21, exchange to 21. How disappointing, that's not all in drafts for GMI. So boring according to Martina. I meant to say 17-22, the exchange. Yeah, I know what you get. I will agree with that. Yeah. Yep, those are the scenarios that might happen. Here we have the time control in the ladies' game. So after this 2-7, that was the moment when the possibility of one more waiting move was ready to make. But maybe Daria thought that going now with this exchange maybe will make Victoria not knowing that she is over the time control already and play some move like that, which is of course not allowed to for free. I'm just more joking with that. But this exchange probably was going to happen anyway, but yeah, the line of this move, this, and going to the classic that way was also possible, because there is no way to continue from that moment here. Even after 12-17, you have a slight advantage with white pieces, but everything just comes for a draw. In such positions, usually, because after that, this is a draw also, okay. This exchange works. There are so many, in this kind of position, in this position from this game actually, there are so many drawish variants, like this one for example. No other way than playing here, but still, despite those three pieces on the edge, no chance to stop those three from attacking against those two. So it looks like all the variants are quite drawish ones, but here scan indicates half a piece advantage for Victoria at this moment. Let's try to understand that. After 9-13, Okay, so let's calculate the tempos. Always you can compare the pieces, yeah? 16 and 26 is the same, what is 25, 35 for white, yeah? Also, then we have those 3 pieces and those 3 pieces. This is the one, this is the same one. This is the one in the second line, this is the one in the second line. And also we have this one on the third line and this one on the second line. So it means that if we calculate the moves after the tempo, after the move of black, after such move, all pieces are on the same lines. So this is absolutely equal DRAUGHTS, the balance of tempos, and it means that most of the time it will end in a draw. But of course you don't want to be the first one making the move in classic positions, yeah? So it prefers the victorious position at this moment. Despite the fact that it's quite symmetrical, I think there are more chances for Daria Tkachenko to make mistakes, but on the other hand, she's having so much time to make her right decisions. Tommy Lee, hi Damian, even as a complete noob in drafts, I enjoy watching your streams, especially when there's a poll involved. It seems to me that the fact that all the transmissions take place here was not emphasized on checkers, at least I missed it on warcaby. Thank you for your comment, of course, yeah, not about everything I let you know on warcabyTV channel, absolutely, yeah. If you want to cover and know things about that, you can just like my fan page on Facebook, both checkersTV and warcabyTV. Then it is quite easy to find all the plans, all the schedules, because I publish there everywhere. I'm most active about that, informing on Facebook actually, and I guess that if I start to broadcast something on the channel, I'm pointing it to the right audience. But yeah, that's the fact that I could inform about that on warcabyTV as well, on YouTube I mean. What happens in Jan against Yuri's game? And quite many moves made already. Of course, we are in the phase of the game that requires speed playing, especially from Jan at the moment. 43-38, 16-21. This column was something like expected to build because it creates this threat, and also after this one it would be very, very powerful outpost for white. So this is something that Yuri can't agree to happen. That's the reason why he just locks this position. So now there is the threat of attacking 25-30 from behind, so it requires this reaction to stop it, to prevent it. So now something for something. You have this very weak piece 35. If it was somewhere in the middle part of the board, then white would have maybe even winning position, because you just want to have these two piece to have the possibility at least of exchanging 13-19 or preparing some combinations. 21, 26, 32 first going forward, and yeah, that was like also expected variants, and that's a simple thing. If your opponent controls something on one wing, then you must try to find some activity on the second wing, yeah? So Yuri is just following the opposite wing to the outpost of his opponent, and still the position looks like quite equal. And if this 135 was, for example, here, then probably the game would be done. But sometimes, if you are playing against the GMI, it is very difficult to have position, strong position without any problems. It must come from, you know, very, very sharp play in the opening, for example, but not from the kind that we faced here. Poranda, have a nice day to all. Greetings from the USA. Thank you very much for watching, and of course have a good day. I regret I've got to go to work. Damian, was pleasure seeing you, your channel, and having the opportunity to hear your analysis in English. Thank you. That was a pleasure for me that you joined, that you watched, and of course feel invited to other ones. Tomorrow we have the final day after all. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, at 9:30 a.m. Central European Time, we are starting the last 12 classic game of the match. Time is crucial now because 3 moves to make for Jan Groenendijk, and he has only 2 minutes on the clock for that, despite Yuri ANIKEEV, who has 16 minutes, quite a time to think. It will be easy for him to find the right continuation. Just to let you imagine how important is not to have the weaknesses, let me show you. I just move, okay, let's move from one line to another. Okay, I don't want to have the combinations, but even, you know what, even somewhere here maybe. If we have the position, something like that, you can see immediately how the advantage for white grows, yeah? If I made it from 35 to 43 in this position, you have nearly piece advantage for white. This is how powerful would white's position be. But with this piece here on 35, it is just equal, because now computer thinks that Jan is like playing without this piece, because it's not moving anywhere. And if it moves, then it can be a problem. There is only one use probably for this piece, 35. If you build a structure here, 34, 29, 23, you have some piece here of your opponent and you want to play this move. When your opponent takes here, you have a piece to take back with. And this is the only way of using this 35, when you want to keep it. It looks like we are just getting slowly over the time control at men's game as well, because ladies are playing quite fast. And they gave us, once again, symmetrical position in this classic game. So here, 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 here. You can see already we were calculating, counting the tempos. The result was the tempos were equal. And this is exactly what we can see after some moves. We have totally symmetrical position. And now it's easier to play for Victoria, I think. But you must still be very careful with such moves. 38, 33, and if you play 13, 18, and you play 39, 34, you lose a game. You lose a game because, or maybe you don't lose it. Oh, you lose a game after something like that, for example. If you are playing black pieces. That is the variant, that is the idea that actually must be memorized. And this is similar variant to the one that I analyzed and I putting in my new book from the game I played recently to Bogdan Bańkowski, ideas of some classical position. And there is this sacrifice of 2 pieces and this attack 34-29. This is winning, despite of the sacrifice of 2 pieces. But before that, there was this 16-21, a sacrifice, and this, oh sorry, not this, another misclick, I'm not awakened yet. Here, and this 2 for free, to have the option to break through, but the other part goes to the king. And it turns out it would not be the victory. Despite of 2 pieces difference. You go here, you must go away, another attack, you force your, okay. So that's the reason why you force your opponent here to take those 3 pieces. This is also something really common when classic positions end in a draw, because after some of you gets to the king, usually opponent's pieces are in the middle part of the board, in the center. U2, 69. Was the decision to organize the event during current holiday made to attract some new spectators for the game? I guess players may not be happy about it. Yeah, the first fact is that Ukrainians are Pravoslavic and usually they spend Christmas after the beginning of the year. But to be honest, if you want to point somewhere in the calendar 2-week event, it's quite complicated, it's quite difficult, and determine the dates of this of this match was postponed sometimes, and we already had it confirmed in the beginning of December. So we waited for that, and it's not about attracting new viewers, I think, because nothing is pointing into attracting new viewers in organizing such events, unfortunately, in the drafts world, in my opinion. It's not, you know, because making broadcasts is something additional. It's not the main goal. But I think it should be one of the main goals to have it attractive, because that is the way to collect some sponsors and to promote the event. After this move 39 to 34, there is a possibility of 24 playing here. Is this losing the game? Or is it a draw? Sacrificing 2, taking 3. You go to the king here. There is advantage of black pieces, okay, because after that you must sacrifice 3 pieces. That's a nice idea. This is not something that will be played in the match, I think. There is no possibility of capturing here 2 pieces. There is no possibility of capturing 2 pieces with a king. You must take 1, 2, 3. Then you go 21, 17 not to lose other pieces, and with this one turning into a king you save the game. Quite an interesting one. So it means that after that you can't play here, because it will be just easier to play for black, and the best move to play is this one, 28-22. I'm really curious if Daria already calculated it, everything, playing so quickly, 39-34. Only 10 seconds on Jan's clock. Is it happening? So after 47-41, we've had this move 3-8 and slight advantage of white pieces, and this move 38-32, giving black option to exchange back, actually probably is the best move in the position. And if Yuri exchanges back, still. It is 0.5 advantage because white is controlling more central squares, but it looks like not winning anymore. But what are the other options? 12-17, like indicated as the more precise move. But yeah, probably nothing brings us. That would be quite interesting one. Here, and here. Whoa. Okay. If Yuri was forced to play something like that, then maybe we could create some chances here. Yeah, but I don't think it happens. That's right. And just Yuri took to play the simple variation, which is exchange 21-27, exchanging back. Something quite okay for Jan, because that way he forced Yuri to choose the next 45th move for him. It is quite passive, but it also lets dark pieces to play 13-18 to move some strengths here. But probably it won't be available after this 37-32. This is something really important, this square 27, because if 13-18 would be played, this move immediately wins the game. After attack, you defend, last move you make here, and probably all moves are victorious ones. Okay, still, that would be a draw because of that and that. Sacrifice of 2 pieces and then making this threat, because if you go further, you have this combination. This is the best way to take and to break through. Nice. So the right move to play would be, of course, here. But immediately after this move, 37-32, this 17-21 will be played. And now, position of white looks nice, but you have only 1 piece to play with. And once you play, it will be captured in an opposition with it. And now, this one honestly plays against those 2 ones. You go here, another opposition, yeah? Maybe something like that is forced. And despite the fact of some advantage here for white pieces, I don't think it's bringing any possibilities. But maybe some variant like this must be calculated. Here, you play here, okay. Go to the king. Okay. So there are some not so comfortable lines for Yuri ANIKEEV. What's going on in Victoria and Darius games? So after 39-34, 12-17 was played. Okay. So Victoria just is forcing a draw. Even though she gave more comfort endgame for DRAUGHTS, but not winning obviously, despite the fact both pieces are going for the king. This one will be here, and easy thing to do is just exchange this piece. Like for example, you go to the king, you go, you go, you go. You can't go to 2 because of combinations like this one. I mean, you can't. You can, because it will be a draw. But when you play something like that, you can even give this piece away and make this exchange. It is a draw. So ladies and gentlemen, after 54 moves of the game between ladies, Tkachenko, MOTRICHKO, finished in a draw. So ladies are just equal, 11 points to 11 points at this moment. And it means that we are in the final game playing for something, of course, which is the world title. And if one of them wins, then another one loses the title already. So if one of them wins the World Championship title tomorrow, that will be something interesting to cover, to follow. And if they play a draw, then we have tiebreaks at 3 p.m. and that will be the result when another victory wins the title, of course. Nice way to calculate tempos. I did not know about that. It's the very fast one and the best one to compare pieces. I know some of the things you are talking about after reading all the announcements on PZWarts this year. It's mind-blowing. Not sure if it's good time to ask for your thoughts about it right now. Not too many thoughts, I hope. Just everything will be right and going fine in Polish Drafts Federation. Just simple comment on that. I was just overwhelmed with all of this, did not have the resources and possibilities to continue, so it forced us to resign, and I hope that new board will solve the problems the Federation faces and everything will go fine. Just that's all. I don't want to involve myself to this too much. Probably now Jan will think for 20 minutes or something. As usually, he got additional time, so now he has the time to calculate everything. Despite of the fact the very logical move is 37-32, he will just calculate everything, absolutely everything. This is not logical because after that you try to attack, then there is this lock. You go to 27 later and you win the game with black pieces, so it doesn't make any sense. That could be the only point of calculating this move, of course, but after 37-32 it's obvious. Sometimes you can play such move and just, you know, take the ball to your opponent. Thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to do it. 24 we have already, but everyone is appreciated. Thank you very much for that. We are live as usually on Twitch and on YouTube, on Twitch TV, Checkers, and YouTube checkersTV, of course. Do you think we'll be done tomorrow or not? Do you think the match will be played on 31st December as well? Because we can't even call it the final day tomorrow. And by the way, on WK, KNDB and L, you have information about the tiebreaks. So we have the plan to play it. and can be very, very long day tomorrow. Because we have tiebreak scheduled. There's information that I received from Esther. So at 3 p.m. Central European Time will start a game. It would be good for me if I showed you that. Maybe I'll try to do it here. Okay, I'm back sometimes, unfortunately, after just opening another window, I lose the connection. So we are on the... but we are back, probably. Everything works? I hope it is. So here is the tiebreak schedule for the December. Hi Damian, how many games can be played in tomorrow's tiebreak? This is something I'm explaining right now, ladies and gentlemen. So there you have tiebreak scheduled for 30th day of December at 15, which is 3 p.m. Central European Time. We start the first game rapid, 20 minutes plus 10 seconds. That will be probably the most interesting thing to comment, but other Blitz games are also quite fine. So we are starting at 15 at 3 p.m. Central European Time, and maximum time they think this game will last 60 minutes, and the break will be 10 minutes. After that, we go with the second round at 4:10 p.m. Central European Time. Once again, this will last 60 minutes, and for the after the second game, the break is planned for 15 minutes. There we have the third game of the tiebreak, in case of draws before. Blitz game, which is 10 plus 5. Actually, it's more rapid than Blitz, but okay, let's keep it that way. It will start at 5:25 Central European Time and will last maximum 30 minutes, and after that the break will be 5 minutes long. So players are not allowed to talk to any one of the coaches of the team during the breaks between those games. Then we have another and another and another. So up to 4 Blitz games, 10 minutes plus 5 seconds. And if it will be not decided, so at this moment, if tomorrow's games ends in a draw, every first game, every first victory in both matches finish with finishes with the decision of the world champion, new world champion among men and women as well. Then we have the tiebreak scheduled for 31st day of December. If no victory in the first part of the tiebreak on 30th day of December, and Super Blitz games start at 9 a.m. Central European Time. The Super Blitz will be played 10 minutes plus 2 seconds per player. And then if a draw, standings, or sudden death tiebreak after 12 games. What is that? Okay, because this is also different. Why those are different? Okay, let's try to understand that. In case of 0-0, 0-1-1-0, standings after 11 games, the 12th game will start at 9:30. That's right, and this is what happens. In case of 0-1-1-0 standings after 12 games, the first tiebreak will start on 30 December. Yeah, maximum 2 rapid games plus 4 Blitz games. If the Super Blitz is needed, we'll play it on the 31st day of December. The sudden death, yeah. What does it mean? If 1-1 standings or sudden death tiebreak after 12 games? If no victory and that. Tiebreak 1 out of 2. I don't get it. So when this is used, I don't get it. Do you understand that? Do you understand how to understand that? Because that would be the scenario for the women, yeah? If they have one victory for each. Because this is not updating that. But when it starts at 10 a.m. I don't understand it, if it should be here or not. Can this be more complicated? Hi, sorry for being late. Bartosz, how could you? Yeah, by the way, you know right now that they will be playing 2 rapid games, played 20 plus 10, and 4 blitz games, played 10 plus 5. But it's good for us to follow it and analyze it live, because that way we will have the time to understand all the games and to comment it during it is played. Tiebreak system was created by some very intelligent person. It's not possible for normal human being to understand it. Maybe in the 1-1 case for the women it will not start tomorrow but on the 31st at 10 a.m. Okay. That can be the point. But what is the point on the other hand of that? Because if the result at men is 0-0, it means that first victory wins the match. Right? So the same situation will be among women. And that first victory wins the match. So what's the reason to prolong it 1 day for them? Women only need 1 win. Yes, but gentlemen also, according to the rules. We can find there. Because when we go to the news, no, information, here you have it. In case of 0-0, okay, that was previously. I found it yesterday somewhere. Results, no. Information. Who is today's guest? Martin van Eisendorn. Tiebreaks are optional. But I think the first victory wins, or not. Maybe they need to have 2 victories, maybe they changed it, or it was wrong previously. Can it be like 2 victories are necessary at men's game? Because those, yeah, you can see in case of 0-1-1-0, standings after 12 games, the first tiebreak will start on Okay. So the only logical option to understand that, to explain that, would be that gentlemen also need to have 2 victories, not 1, as it was previously explained here. Oh my god. Once again, home. Do we have something here? No. Live. We have us. News. We know what we have. Results as well. Should be an information, but I don't find it. Now it's not explained Okay, here, regulations. The rules here. Okay, phase 1 and tiebreak. Let's go for that. Phase 2, the tiebreak. When match is not decided, the tiebreak will be played. When match is tied after the classical games, the tiebreak will be played till the first to win, so with golden score. This is also the case when the number of decisions after phase 1 is 0. The first to win is phase 1 is 0. You have this point, yeah? The first to win is then the new world champion. This is also the case if the tiebreak is 1-0 score, must be with 2 victories. A victory in phase 2 has the same value as victory in phase 1. So I understand that point. When the match is tied after the classical games, the tiebreak will be played till the first to win, so with the golden score. So if we have 12 draws without the victories, we have the golden score, so the first game wins the title, yeah? Or do I understand it wrong? Definitely looks like the first tiebreak in men's section won't decide if it's 0-0. Yeah, but now this point says something opposite. So I don't know how to understand that. In case of even score after 12 games, the tiebreak will be on the 31st December. Hendrik, you're sure about that? Yeah, that's not clear. Gentleman's game can last, but women's game cannot. At this moment, I don't know if the first game decides. So it means that if tomorrow we have a draw, then both tiebreaks will be played on Wednesday? Does it mean that? In case of 0-0, once again, in case of 0-0, 1-0-0-1, standings after 11 games, 12th game will start at 9:30. Okay, so it is for sure that tomorrow the game starts at 9:30. In case of 0-1, 1-0 standings after 12 games, the first tiebreak will start on 30th December. Okay. 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 So only in case of this standing after 12 games. Okay, so now it's logical, maybe. So it means that if tomorrow we have a draw among men and women, then we have 2 tiebreaks played on 31st day of December. I give up, yeah, that's not clear. Because playing venue closes at certain time, 2 tiebreaks on one day is not possible, so that's why first tiebreak is tomorrow, only if there is a chance for 2 tiebreaks. At this moment, when I take a look at this point, in case of 0-1, 1-0 standing after 12 games, because that would be something that requires 2 victories from one player, yeah? The first tiebreak will start on 30th December, but otherwise it starts here. So if 1-1 standings or sudden death tiebreak after 10 games. So this is only scenario for both matches, and I think we are just on Tuesday. Okay, so maybe I was wrong with 0-0 the first win and 0-1, 1-0 and the losing side wins the second day. I think now if we have 2 draws today and tomorrow, we start to play tiebreaks on Tuesday, the day after. But prove me if I'm wrong, yeah? Yeah, quite complicated. Like, not the position in the game between Jan and Yuri, as they are slowly getting to the final point of it. So Jan has not spent the full bank time. Played this 37-32 quite quickly, and after that played the logical move to 36. This one is of course to answer after that with this move. Otherwise, if you play here, your opponent plays here, and you will be pointed, okay, not here, but you will be pointed that way. You could be pointed to the central direction. Okay, so maybe the only difference was like here, here, here. It would be winning. Okay, so maybe no big differences between those two moves. This is the better one according to Scan, but why it is actually better one? Dimitri, hi Damian, what do you think about Magnus Carlsen jeans? Did you hear about this scandal? Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, and also we've had quite a good chess grandmaster here on chat from Poland, Kacper Piorun, recently winning the Titled Tuesday tournament, and yeah, it's absolutely strange and not logical, and you can't treat top players like that. You cannot afford that. You are committing suicide, like one of you wrote well on the chat. You must cut it and make another episode. Damian tries to understand the regulations for 30 minutes. Yeah. Being the official stream of the match. That is something pointy. That is something pointy, ladies and gentlemen. Yuri still has 30 minutes to go, 30 minutes to think. It looks like Jan has calculated everything, just leaving the board for Yuri, going away. But still, I'm not sure about this explanation. If 1-1 standings or sudden death tiebreak after 12 games. So 1-1 but also 0-0 means sudden death, yes. So that way, Hendrik, I think that both tiebreaks are after one more day. So on December 31. Take channel is already joking about a line of Magnus branded jeans. Probably it will be. How would they call that? Some, I don't know. Rule breaker. Something like that. The regulations were made by Mr. President himself. Look like that, Bartosz. Why to simplify if you can make it more complicated? So at this moment, I'm like 90% sure that it will be that way. If both games tomorrow and today end in a draw, then we have tiebreaks on Tuesday. So not everything ends tomorrow, and we have the tiebreaks on Tuesday, on the last day of the year. By the way, what is the better way of finishing the year than finding the new world champions there? That's how you play drafts. To complicate and not to simplify? Actually, that is the way. To make it that way. Quit the Federation jeans. That would be the name. Quite a nice one, Tomili. Quit the Federation. Leave the world behind you. To show your protest against everything, against the order of the world. Let's maybe talk about content you would like to find on this channel, because as I promised you, and I hope that we will be finding it together, what content would you like to have here? Would you like to have tournaments organized by me and played with you together on lead drafts, for example? Would you like some kind of league of checkersTV or something? Would you like to have some lessons, online lessons made by me, some live analysis of the matches, of the games, for example, previous past games, but also the recent one? Would you like to have the content about commenting what is going on FMJD, on the federations, in the drafts world, commenting some, scandals, posts, dramas that we have in the drafts world? What would you like to see the most? Because I will be planning, some content categories to make it, to plan it, to make it diverse. Analysis of great players like Sabrans. Sure, Damian, both tournaments and lessons. Okay. Because one option is I want to simplify my work also, yeah? Not scandals. Why not? I want to simplify my work, and I was thinking about, you know, doing some work online that I can also put on some different episodes. I think the same as Bartosz, that definitely scandals we want. This is something that also can affect and try to bring us more viewers. We need scandals, everyone needs. Look how important it is in the chess world, when they are fighting against FIDE all the time, for example. It's not like we are making people not wanting to play, but also we are working on emotions that way. So if something strange is happening in the federation and we must point it, then we can, and we must even talk about that. That's my point of view. But the question is, what would make you sitting with me for, let's say, 2 hours every second day? What would you like to do? What would you like to see? Only to view, to watch, or also to interact by playing, for example, like those leagues and tournaments? If there will be no scandals to comment on your channel, I will go to the tournament and make one. I bet you do. I bet you do. But this is something what we need absolutely, and now when I don't have any function like the president of Polish Draughts Federation, I can be a bit more aggressive on this topic, not the political one. There is a decision from Yuri. So after this move, 21-26, what they want to play? This an exchange? Is this the first variant? Because after that there is this move. Okay, once again this can come with that. And white don't have a good move to make. After that there is this one, a sacrifice and going for a king. Okay, convinced me. Lots of scandals then when Daria and Victoria aren't shaking hands. Why aren't shaking hands? You know, just fingertips. It's the way what kind of ladies they are. It's the kind of personality maybe. I mentioned that while I was broadcasting with Marek. I don't like it, looking that, but you know, maybe ladies want to take a look at that way. Not everyone just wants to make, you know, men's handshake, because perhaps for lady it would be like not a lady style. Don't know. They do what they do. I don't care. Okay, quite quickly we've had this line played according to what is expected by scan, and here after this move, once again like in the previous game, Yuri ANIKEEV can sacrifice a piece, and perhaps it is even mandatory to do it. That's right, because this is losing. That would be winnable for white. Yeah, and Jan plays forward and Yuri sacrifices a piece. So this is the position actually we have, and I think players once again will soon agree for a draw. All of that was already calculated by Mr. ANIKEEV. Yeah, Damian has you and me, we are loyal as dogs. I hope. Do you have some guests for tomorrow? At this moment I haven't looked for. Maybe already for the tiebreaks I will try to find someone. But at this moment, honestly, I think we won't have interesting games tomorrow. I don't know if I will cover it from the very beginning or from 12 AM as well. I am more cat person. By which way? How do you How do you understand being the cat person? Ah, after loyal as dogs. Cats are not loyal after all. Unless you feed them, maybe. Okay, so gentlemen don't agree for a draw instantly. They are trying, at least Jan perhaps is trying to find some new chances. But after going forward, going here, 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 attacking perhaps, this is even quicker draw. So better line is to play there. It's not a natural one. And here. Because after that you get okay to avoid going to the king by black, because after that you have this very tricky move, and here deleting the king. So this is perhaps the variation that can be followed somehow to find some chances. More selfish, begging for food and not going to hack only when I want. That's right. Prop one of the scandals was when FMJD didn't allow Schwarzman to play 2023 World Championship when he already changed the federation. Huh, that's a question. That's a question. At least who is going to play why in the world title matches, of course according to the Russian and Belarusian Federation suspended. That's quite interesting topic to cover, and we also want to talk about that. But I just want to tell to the wider audience what is going on FMJD. We can talk on, for example, propositions made to be approved to change some annexes of FMJD. We can analyze it. We can show you the greater point of view about that, so everyone could know. For me also it would be motivating to keep myself updated about the things, because yeah, mostly I don't care, but on the other hand I care, and that would be motivating for me to analyze all the documents, to see the changes, to exchange with you different points of views on that. Schwarzman changed his federation to Israeli. He changed it in 2023. Yeah, but he was after all the loser of the match, yeah? Boomstra was the winner. Otherwise, if Schwarzman was the world champion, then I think he could play in this match. But once Boomstra was the world champion and the world champion gets the right to play in the match, then if he can't or doesn't want, like it happened, then the right to play in the match comes to the second player of the tournament, which was Jan Groenendijk. So in my opinion, it was chosen right. That's great content. Okay, thank you for approving, Bartosz. I did see some teenage girls. Initially I thought they've lost their minds, but then someone told that there is a whole movement around the world. Oh, this year girls were, because I haven't seen your previous comments, girls were wearing cat hats and acted like cats. Have you not joined this movement, have you, to Bartosz? Maybe it's possible for Bartosz to happen. I mean, last year World Championship, FMJD didn't allow him to play in Curaçao when he was already an Israeli player. Was it that way? Yeah, but okay, Ajin. There are two things. I think for the players and for the viewers in Curaçao, it was of course worth, and they wanted Schwarzman to be accepted as the player on this match, especially according to the fact that some players did not participate after being on the list, like the guy from Haiti or somewhere. Like Alexei Domchev was invited to play. You play tomorrow, you must just travel half a world in less than 18 hours. Something like that was happening that time. That was curious. And about Schwarzman, I know they have some time to publish the list and to publish the list of qualifiers for this tournament. And if they were to this document till the end, then it's okay. But of course they made some changes, like for example the tournament director playing in this tournament, yeah? That was the scandal. And of course before such players, Some others, like Alexander Schwarzman, could be accepted. But maybe they just don't want to change their minds on the document they previously published. Because that would mean that they are changing their decision from the past. Sometimes it is required to act like that. They preferred guys from Curaçao to play. That was a scandal, obviously. And on this point, you are right a bit. Yeah, but I think sometimes it is like two different points of view are understandable and easy ones to just give you some arguments for that. You say you want to discuss scandals, and yet your comments on my questions were very diplomatic. I understand where it's coming from. But which questions exactly? Oh, you meant the federation, Polish Federation, Tomili. Because I don't want, there is a sentence like that, you know, you don't make what you do in the toilet in the place where you eat. One thing is Polish Draughts Federation, and another thing is World Draughts Federation. And at this moment, if only, of course, something happens in Polish Draughts Federation that in my opinion, will be worth to comment as a scandal, of course, I will tell that. For example, scandal in the Polish Federation is that Jacek Pawlicki is not agreeing for losing the elections for his side, Sylwia Dęga and Magda Pawłowska. And after the elections, despite the fact there was a lawyer from his side, he started to send some official documents to the organs of Polish country, wanting to control, to have a control and to avoid the results of the last elections. So that's something as a big scandal. This is the thing that I will tell loud about, yeah? That he is trying to interrupt everything. He is trying to disturb and ruin everything. And this is not the person that I want in drafts anymore, absolutely. And in Poland, both in the world. I mean the powers, being the part of the executive boards, etc. But if it comes to the work he's done with the books, that's absolutely a great work he's done for drafts, and to promote it, to develop it. For that, I am absolutely grateful to him. Завтра будет Tiebreak. Tok wsluciaje, jeśli kto to wygraje w Murzyni. Okay, as I understand, I can't understand it fully, but as I understand, hi Vlad, by the way, as I understand, so only the tiebreak will be played tomorrow if one of the gentlemen is winning the game. So only scenario, yeah, for tomorrow, if to play the tiebreaks is if Jan or Yuri wins tomorrow. First develop, then trying to destroy. Yeah, that's something that comes with the age, yeah. He's just older and older. It's a really tough person to change his personality. He's a choleric one, apodictic one. And that's, you know, that's his trauma from the past, probably, from the experiences he got in life. I understand it at some point. But, and he will not see how destroyable he is in the world of drafts. He can't understand it. I just agree for that. I understand that. The fact that he don't see how he affects in the wrong way the world of drafts anymore. I have no problems to talk about that. So do I understand it well? Only the only possibility for tiebreaks tomorrow the only possibility is, there is only one possibility, is if one of those gentlemen win one game till that time. This game or tomorrow's game. But this game probably will end in a draw. Is he world second prisoner? What trauma? Okay, Erics, but then we go to the much deeper topic. For example, trauma is something you can be, you know, it can be given with a blood from your parents. And we all, as the nation, can be the one with the trauma from the World War II. somehow. And it can be, the trauma can be generated after changing the system in Poland from communism to capitalism, and after you try to build your business in 90s, for example, you don't have the time for your family, you don't have the time for the warmth of the family, of the closest people to you, and you just focus on your business and you are just chasing the rabbit you will never get. And this can come with trauma, for example. This is the point of view I've heard recently, and I really understand it and like it. And I think it is that way. Because for some people it can be logical and going in a good way, normal way, but sometimes it is not. You don't have to be the prisoner to suffer from some traumas, of course. There are different kinds of traumas, of course. But it's proven by some specialists on the topic that even if your father or your grandfather was the prisoner, for example, in Auschwitz or something, then still you can have the trauma of that person in your veins, in your blood. That is proven. Defending, trying to draw this war's ending. This is some kind of rap. Defending. This is the guy who is trying to make every word in Polish turning into rap story. Like buraki. I don't know if you've seen such short videos on TikTok or something. I should not know about that. I should not follow it. Some chess saying, okay, about defending, trying to draw this war's ending. So this is fully the saying. Looks like Yuri is confident, staying calm around the board. Meanwhile, Jan covers his forehead, trying to be fully concentrated on the board, which is not bringing him probably the winning result. But the closest one to victory was, of course, in one game, Yuri ANIKEEV. That was, I don't remember, the game number 5 maybe. Or no, 6 perhaps. That was the game with 2 draws. But in most games it was Jan having a small tiny advantage in the end games, as he was going for attacking Yuri ANIKEEV, but it was not possible for him to force him. Jan is down to 3 minutes 50 seconds meanwhile, as we had some interesting talk. So it means that he must choose something. This is something what Natalia told me yesterday, and you as well. If you have a time and you have a chance to look for a good result, you must use your time and try to find it. So at this moment, Jan knows that perhaps some of the moves that he can choose right now, like 29-24, 30-24, 29-23, can be a winning one, or if they are not, at least he must check it one by one. Because if he had chances for winning it or for trapping somehow his opponent in such an important moment of the match, he would not forgive himself not taking it, despite the fact that Yuri is looking like he is going for a draw with a calm. And what do you think would be a good time for the regular streams? Evenings or middle part of the day? Or you sometimes... And by the way, I was thinking about a special on Polish YouTube channel, because then organically I'm going for 10k viewers, I hope, soon, subscribers I mean. And maybe I'll make 10-hour stream. Maybe I'll make 10-hour stream in Polish. That would be something. And I want to use, different channels on YouTube to broadcast different content, but about the Twitch, I want to use the same channel. So this TV checkers will be also covered with some Polish language broadcasts, because I want to make both, and warcabyTV in Polish and checkersTV in English. In evening with tea and some sweets. That's a good point, probably. 24-hour stream? That's too much, Bartosz. But for 10k, 10 hour could be affordable, I think. 10-hour stream. And I also want to be more active in Poland. At this moment, I think I could live the life of streamer. But yeah. Many times I thought about that, then I don't have any other strengths. I just must invent the model when it will be easy. For example, I do some things online, like, for example, preparing for some episodes or even recording live episodes that will be cut then into videos and published on the channels. As the, for example, short version videos and also the longer ones. Okay, we have a decision from Jan GROENENDIJK, ladies and gentlemen. The decision is to play 29-24, so perhaps he is going for this exchange. Or maybe still for the plan that previously was showed by those two moves going forward. So definitely what we are going to expect will be this move. That's quite interesting. So after that, scan indicates 2 pieces, 2.5 piece advantage for white, but it's probably not enough to win it. So I think this 27-32 will come. Of course, it's more even logical to have the possibility of using this piece to for some combinations or just exchanges in the end game. But if Yuri calculates well, it means that he will play fast, and he does. He plays 27-32, so it looks like Yuri ANIKEEV has everything calculated, but also he wants to get with this piece maybe to the more flexible place spot for turning into a king, which is this one. And now the question from Mr. GROENENDIJK, will that be exchange, which will be immediately a draw, or will he try by playing this move? I think this is what we can expect, because in case of this exchange, it is quite simple. You can always go further, you go to the king, you go, he goes, you go to 49, having this exchange possibility, and otherwise there's no way to move those pieces to the king. It's just a draw, even after exchanging this one. With this plan of attacking here, that's a draw. So the only possibility to try at least to play something is this move for white, for Jan. Trying is the first step to failure, but on the other hand, trying is the first thing to achieve the goal. Otherwise you won't achieve it if you don't try. And again, prove me if I'm wrong. Stream died back. DRAUGHTS, thank you for letting me previously on Twitch. I knew that sometimes when that's the problem for me when I run the stream, because if I open new tab in the browser, then sometimes my connection freezes for a moment. On Twitch it's not a problem. Twitch will always be back, but YouTube sometimes will not be back. The broadcast will just be finished. That could be better. Okay, so we have this 24-19 move, and Yuri goes to 38. So we have this line followed in the game. Of course, it's a drawish endgame, but still some mistakes can happen. But looking at the level of the players, I think they should go for a draw in the end. But everything can happen, and in case of some blunder, we can just, we want to be here and look at it. By the way, 18-year-old player, not known before, has become the world champion in rapid chess yesterday. And also he defeated in the first round of yesterday Jan Krzysztof Duda, who wanted to win 2 matches, and then he finished on 22nd place. For me, as the Pole, it's quite important. I met Jan Krzysztof during the Rapid Blitz Championship in 2021, it was. And he just saw me and Natalia. He already, of course, knew that we are checkers players, drafts players. So Jan is choosing the line, the best line for himself to keep this small advantage right now. And that's the reason where Yuri ANIKEEV can start to think, because now actually computer says it is better to go to 42 than 43. 43 can be even losing? Seriously? Oh, right, ladies and gentlemen. There is a very interesting trap after this 38, 43. You go here, you think you'll go further, and there is this combination. Wow, really nice. Really beautiful one. Of course, not too difficult for those players, but yet very, very nice one. I want a Grishchuk to win. He's more funny guy. He was second in the end. And by the way, top 3 were from Russia. So despite the fact that Russia has suspended top 3 players in the world among rapid competition were from Russia, yeah? Really, really nice idea. And after that, it is probably still a draw after 15 to 20. But this idea is quite interesting. You go, okay, you can't go here because you have another sacrifice. No matter which option you choose, there is this combination to exchange. 1, 2, 3. And if you go there, you take, and okay, you can't go to a king because there is this, of course. But you can go forward. And honestly, if Yuri ANIKEEV could calculate it that it's a draw after this, for example, and cutting this piece, if he calculated that it is a draw, it is like a forced draw. So in this position, after this, you can play this move, forcing a draw, because this must be played and you go with this move. But in my opinion, it will not happen, because to calculate all this line till this moment and further, because you must know that after that, you are just one tempo from losing this game. Here, you take, you go, and if one more move were made by white, one more tempo would white have, it would be winning for white. So your calculations must be really precise. So that's the reason why I think Yuri will not go for this square, but he will play to 42. Then after this attack, still you have the same move. Forcing this endgame, but you can actually go to the king. So that will be the line in this game. Usually you don't have 3 pieces that make column which prepare combination taking backwards. That's right. That's the reason why such combinations are such hidden ones. Damian Bart, have you ever been in Wrocław Museum to see 3D drawing honoring Polish victory over Russia Imperial Army? You mean Panorama Racławicka? Do you mean Panorama Racławicka? No, museums are boring. Bartosz, museums are extremely interesting. So there was a time in my life when I was visiting cities for a short period and I haven't visited the museums. But since my fiancée is very interested in the topic and she was finishing some lessons, special lessons on that, I am visiting all the possible museums. This year, for example, where we've been, okay, we've been Turkey and Netherlands. So in Netherlands, I visited all the most important museums. Van Gogh's one, Stedelijk, it was something like that, Rijksmuseum, Panorama. Of course, Eric's, I visited it, but for the first time, 1 or 2 years ago, 2 years ago maybe. It is about uprising after Poland was removed from the map. It was the uprising and was something showing the spirit of the village people, and was, you know, insurrection of Kościuszko, 1794, showed on the painting. And for a long time it was in Lviv, and then it was removed to Poland again. Which museums are the best, do you think, in Poland? And Opole Open Museum for these dinosaurs? Carlos Alberto Garcia, thank you very much for subscription. Frederick Chopin Museum. For Bartosz, as he is the Chopin piano player, how to say that? Pianist, sorry. That's the true only answer you can get. Yuri plays it well. Simpler at least, yeah? Goes to 42. So I think we will expect this move and this to happen. That will force a draw in this endgame. And what museums are worth to see? I heard, because I haven't visited yet, it's World War II Museum in Gdańsk. In Warsaw there is, and Oświęcim. Auschwitz, of course, is worth to visit, and I've been there, of course. This is something really important about the lesson on history of Poland and on history of Jews, of course. Every Jew must visit Oświęcim, by the way. They are coming here every year in big groups to know history of their nations and the Holocaust. Holocaust, of course. And what else museums? There's a Warsaw Uprising Museum, really worth to visit in Warsaw. So many different nice museums. You have the Museum of Wedel's Chocolate, you have Museum of Vodka, where you taste vodka in the end. You have Museum of Techniques, you have Museum of Polish Jews, which is really interesting as well, Polin. And the chess tournaments, super bad tournaments played. Okay, and we do have this line played, as expected. Jan is on decision, and there is no way to avoid exchange of some pieces. Carlos, thank you very much. I do, thank you. It's shocking place, yeah? Many shocking places. But to clearly see how the history affected Jews at this place, people in general, because Polish people were killed there as well, many of them. I was off for some longer period of time. Damian, have you finally figured out exact tiebreaks format? Yeah, so after long thoughts about that, the only possibility, because that game that we are seeing right now ends in a draw soon, so the only possibility to have tiebreaks tomorrow is if one of gentlemen wins tomorrow. So if we have the result of the classic games 1-0 or 0-1. If there is a draw tomorrow, then we have only one sudden death tiebreak, and it will be played on Tuesday, on 31st day of December. On ladies' side, if they win today, any of them, tomorrow, sorry, then we don't have the tiebreaks because we already will find the new world champion. So they will also play on 31st day of December, on Tuesday. I'm from Argentina. Nice to see you, Carlos Alberto Garcia, because many times we have the players from Brazil, for example, not many from Argentina. It's nice to have more and more viewers from the South America continent. Yeah, I have to go to Uprising Museum. That is a very sad moment in history and shows how Russia can act. Yeah, that's right. But that is interesting that after, you know, so many years, for example, Ivan Antonenko, I talked with him about that, and he was taught that Russia acted well during Warsaw Uprising, and they helped Poland in, you know, freeing their country, our country, after the World War II, which was not true. They stood at the river, at the Vistula river, waiting until we and the Germans will kill each other. And we've had the slaughter of Wola, for example, that time, and from 30 to 60,000 of civilians were killed by Germans when they left the city. some things like that could be, you know, could not happen with when they actually would come to the city. So the idea of Warsaw Uprising was not to let Russians bring the communism to Poland, and finally, as we know, they did. So yet, Poland is not so friendly country to Russia. Hello Luca. Germans did what they did, but Russia waiting says a lot about them. There is a very good Polish movie about uprising. Which one? Because I've watched few and I haven't found a good one. Maybe showing the fabula, how the things have happened, but I maybe would not describe it as a good one. There was Miasto 44, City 44. What else there was? Was there the movie, just Warsaw Uprising? I don't remember. Yeah, so this piece is going forward. For example, if you have such a move and this one threatening to make this exchange, you have no option to avoid it. Because that would let you to collect also the king or here. So to avoid it, you must play here. But you can prepare the second way of exchanging pieces. Even this one could be possible, I think. With this threat, white must go here, and you must finish on that line. So many ways of reducing the material on the board, like this attack, for example. Even this one from other side would be better. Yeah, it would be best to go directly here. I can't recall, but it was very good. Someone tried to delay the uprising, worrying about the consequences. Yeah, till that day, this is a very hot topic in Poland. If the Warsaw Uprising was worth to start it, because it ruined the city. It totally devastated it. So Warsaw was like, you know, 90% ruined after the Warsaw Uprising. But before that, it was not that bad. Too many lives will be lost. Yes, yes, that is the heroism on one side, but on the other one, it is the thing that caused the death of many thousands of people. No movie can describe everything. That's right, and that's the reason why trauma is inside of us. And it lasts for years, it lasts for decades, and it lasts for generations. You can you can survive, you can live somehow the trauma your parents and grandparents have survived by themselves. Yuri chooses to play to 45, Jan immediately answers here, so another possibility of attacking is going here and here. To go for the second king, for example, everything brings us to a draw. That's not heroism, that's stupidity. You never know. Because once you know the result, you can judge that way. But if you don't know the result, then you never know. In sport, I mentioned that sentence during the broadcast with Marek. In sport, who is the best coach? The Monday coach. Because on Monday, you are after the weekend, you are after all the matches, and you know what happened. You know the results. And once you know the results, you are the wisest one, because you can say what was good, what was wrong. And you can't predict everything, yeah? The idea was bright. To let Polish people to defend their country. And not to be, not to rely on Russians, yeah? Okay, Yuri sacrifices a piece, attacks, and after this 19 to 13, he's just simply going to attack this piece. So that's a draw, ladies and gentlemen, and the handshake should be visible soon between those two gentlemen. I hope not like in ladies' game, definitely not like the ladies' game. That will be a tough men's handshake. So that is 11th draw in the men's matches. And globally, it is the draw number 19, right? No, it's the draw number 20 in both matches. So which hour we start tomorrow? 9:30. 9:30. Tomorrow 9:30 we start the stream. And the round, of course. Of course, many soldiers died on Nazi and USSR side and then occupation, but not with such a slaughter as in Warsaw. Of course. Of course, absolutely. That's the reason why we are so united. For example, at the W hour, which is, of course, the first day of August, 5 p.m. Polish time, it means that every person in Warsaw just stops for 1 minute for the moment where Polish uprising has started to just give an honor to the people who died that day, who started the war, Warsaw uprising. So we have the draw. Players agreed for it, 11th, 12th. That was the draw number 11, but totally globally in 2 matches, that was the draw number 20 to sum it up. Sorry, maybe I told something wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, so the results are 11-11 among men and 11-11 among women. We don't know anything. We don't know who will be the next world champion among men and women, and tomorrow perhaps something will decide, but definitely not the men's match. Tomorrow's round start at 9:30 in the morning Central European time, so yeah, most welcome to be there. And what can I say? Thank you very much for following the games tonight. I think that tiebreaks that are slowly ahead of us will give us so much emotions that finally will let us to compensate all the games that we have had without such an emotions that we wanted. So everything is in front of us, and the most important questions are to be answered. Who will be the next world champion among men and women? Let's talk about drafts, not history. You don't forgive Russians. What about Germans? That's a long topic. Maybe we'll cover it soon. Have a good day. Bye bye and see you tomorrow. Thank you.